And here we are with some more Pokemon Platinum. I'm actually gonna do something real quick. Yeah, sorry about that. I like to use natural lighting for my streams when possible, just because I don't have a fancy lighting setup. But unfortunately, unfortunately, I don't always get it right off the bat. So yeah, here we are. We have finished. We just wrapped up after beating the 6th gym. So we're on to some story-focused stuff right now. It's gonna be... We're gonna have to do some story stuff, get through the Snow Point gym, and then we'll be into the last bit of the story. So it looks like the only level cap we need to be worried about at the moment is level 44 for the Snow Point Gym Leader's Frostlass. And Snow Point Gym is actually pretty scary. Despite being an Ice-type gym, we're gonna be pretty dependent on... we're gonna be pretty dependent on clearing... It's gonna be hard to find a way to clear Frostlass, just because the thing is so absurdly oppressive. It pulls out evasion strats that can cause huge problems for the run if we don't handle it right. I have a couple of ideas of what we can do, but none of them are fully guaranteed. Anyway, first things first, we need to go and visit Lake Valor. Why is... I don't know why there's a dot right there, but anyway. First things first, we need to go and visit Lake Valor. It's kind of weird that despite the primary cities in this game being Hearthome and Veilstone, you tend to pass through Pastoria City a lot more. Pastoria City is a really common stop for a lot of the story stuff, and has some other really useful resources like the Move Relearner and the Move Tutor. I want to double check the coverage that I currently have on my party. So Arthur is currently carrying Fire Punch. That should work for now. Hercules is carrying Break and Night Slash. We'll probably have Hercules relearn Aerial Ace, because Flying-type coverage is nice to have. And that's about the only Flying-type coverage we get. Sun Tzu, yeah, I'm fine with that moveset. Same with Genghis, that moveset should be good. Leonidas, I might actually... There's a small chance that Leonidas could actually trivialize the next gym. Drop substitute for Aerial Ace once again. We do have Foresight. Okay, I think we should be fine for the last gym as long as we keep Leonidas under the level cap. Because Leonidas should have no trouble eviscerating all of them with Aura Sphere. It's just a matter of dealing with the Frostlass in the back. And if we have Leonidas relearn Foresight, that should be enough. I couldn't remember if that was a move that Leonidas had access to now, or one that exclusively came up after, or one that was exclusive to before evolution. No, I don't need to. It's just habit. Every time I walk into a Pokemon Center, I instinctively go to to heal. You... Oh, wait. I love how I literally checked to see if my Pokemon had the moves that I wanted, and then immediately went to go and change the moves after confirming that they all had the moves I wanted. Okay. That said, there is one concerning fight coming up that we should plan ahead for. Commander Saturn. But I think we're actually in a pretty decent place to take him with Arthur. Especially if I give, if I give Arthur a berry to deal with probably confusion, even though his, okay, so the scenario is that his first Pokemon is dangerous. His last two Pokemon aren't that big a deal. He's got a Bronzor, which, sure, it's got a Psychic typing, but it's a Bronzor. It's got no offensive oomph. Ah, fun. We get to deal with spinners. Please look down. I know you can. I know there are well-defined strategies for dealing with spinners, but... Oh. Okay. Yeah, I know there are well-defined strategies for dealing with spinners that involve pausing and unpausing and moving on the same frame that you unpause. I've never really used those, and I don't know how well they would work for an emulator. And also, those might be Gen 3 exclusive, so honestly, I'm just doing my best not to worry about it. Okay. So, the main thing here is that we have to decide on Arthur's held item. With his special defense, and with Golbat's low special attack, I'm not that worried about how much damage Air Cutter... Yeah, I'm not that worried about how much damage Air Cutter is likely to do. It's more just a matter of avoiding shenanigans. And I think a Person Berry is probably our best bet to do that. And we might go ahead and teach it... Oh, you know what? It also has Toxic. I'm going to go ahead and give him a Lumberry. And then I think we'll just go ahead and teach it Swords Dance in place of Leaf Blade. Set up turn 1 against the Golbat and go nuts. I think that should cover all eventualities, because I don't think we have too much to worry about as far as Golbat's Air Slash is concerned. Even a crit shouldn't be able to KO. Lumberry. Swap the Focus Sash for a Lumberry. And where are our Swords Dance TMs? I don't actually know what TM number it is. 75. Yeah, while I like having Leaf Blade on Arthur because we have trouble getting grass coverage, which is actually pretty useful in this run, for dealing with water types and ground types, especially in the form of a powerful move like Leaf Blade. I don't particularly like the idea of having no option to set up, because I'd like to get through Bronzor in a single hit in order to avoid... Hang on. I gotta check something. Commander Saturn's Bronzong has Levitate, as I expected. Oh, and he's got an Adamant Toxicroak. Dang, he actually went for somewhat optimized natures. Huh. Well, anyway, this should work out just fine. What are you carrying, Genghis? Leftovers? Yeah, that'll work. If things go to plan, we shouldn't actually have to use anyone but Arthur. Okay, this is the worrisome part. Swords Dance, Arthur. There's the crit, but it's fine. And there's the Toxicroak. And he drops a hint about where we're supposed to go next, so it's off to Lake Verity. Oh yeah, I forgot. It's a pain to try and navigate this. This is honestly the main time that you're actually likely to revisit your home. And I think there are a bunch of kind of tricky to avoid double battles here. I could be wrong. Let's actually see real quick. What are we dealing with at Lake Verity? So yeah, we've got a bunch of grunts that I'm pretty sure are all more or less required. The only real issue I'm seeing here is the occasional Golbat or Beautifly. Oh wait, that's Diamond and Pearl, though. I can't recall. Oh, here we are, for Platinum. Okay, yeah, it's not that different for Pokemon Platinum. Okay, so the positive is that Mars should be pretty similar difficulty-wise to Saturn, except for Perugly is a little bit more problematic. We'll probably want to bring Leonidas into the party to deal with it, since it resists Perugly's entire moveset. But the Golbat and the Bronzor up front should be no trouble for Arthur. Same moveset on the Golbat and same level on the Bronzor, so we should be able to one-shot. I am pretty terrified about the double battle against Mars and Jupiter later, though. That is gonna be a problem. Because they both have Golbat. I wonder if we've got access to the TM for Psychic. We might be able to teach that to Lucario, in which case that could probably get through their first couple. Their Zubats. Or their Golbats. Yeah, again, the Bronzor has Levitate. They could really mess a person up who wasn't checking if they went for a Heat-proof Bronzong instead. I want to stop by here, though, because, yeah, I want Leonidas in the party. We'll swap Sun Tzu out. Anything happening here at Rowan's lab? Can we get any free items or anything? No. Oh. Okay, so these are forced into being double battles, which means it's important to make sure we're able to deal with all of it quickly. I think we'll go ahead and lead Genghis and Hercules here. Hercules should have no trouble dealing with the single Krogunk that one of them is carrying, which will reduce it to a 2v1. Okay. Hang on, what? Okay, they just have these out of order in Cerebi for some unknown reason. Anyway, this doesn't really change anything, because we're still targeting the Krogunk with Hercules. Oh. Oh my. Okay, well, now it changes stuff. Luckily, it's not too much trouble to deal with. Now back to Hercules. Oh wait. Now back to Hercules. That actually could have gone bad. I don't know why they've got him out of order on Cerebi. No. You're not going to learn close combat. It's a good thing we brought in Leonidas, though, because he is our best switch-in for flying-type moves. Okay, so that means the remaining one has a Stunky and a Houndour. Hang on, why is one of them just straight up missing? Oh no, it's a Houndour and a Glameow. They've got them laid out here, so weird. Okay, well, anyway. We can take these one at a time, and in both of these fights, I think Genghis can handle it solo. And back to Mom. Yeah, sorry, Dawn. I'm playing this careful because I know that you're scripted to lose anyway. Okay. Now for the important part. The risky bit. Yeah, we'll lead Arthur. Arthur has the right moveset and is holding a Lumberry in case her Golbat goes for Supersonic or her Bronzor gets off Confuse Ray. By the time Bronzor comes out, we shouldn't have anything to worry about. So, Swords Dance. And it can't kill me even with a critical hit Air Cutter. It's really helpful that all of these Golbat are carrying Air Cutter instead of Wing Attack, because if they were carrying Wing Attack, I'm pretty sure I would have to go for a Copa Berry, because Arthur's physical defense is actually pretty low. Okay, and now we Fire Punch, and now we switch to Leonidas. On a Fake Out, meaning it was minimal issues. And finally, we are off to Northern Sinnoh. This whole section here that we haven't been able to touch up till now is now our target. And if I recall correctly, the easiest approach is from Celestic Town. We should take a moment and check if there are any important items that we'll want to pick up on our way through Mount Coronet. And we are going to need... Well, we are going to want to swap one of our Pokemon out of the party. See, this is the tricky bit. We have to have Rock Climb on something, which means we won't be able to bring our full team into this fight. So I don't think any of them can learn Rock Climb, nor do I think any of them have room for it in their movesets. We kind of have to plan ahead here. Let's see, actually. This is an important step to get right, because this is arguably the most risky section of the run, apart from the Elite Four. Like, the Galactic Grunts aren't an issue at all. They just straight up don't concern us. But the boss fights are frightening, to say the least. Okay. Mount Coronet. I believe we're at the Route 211, or is it the Route 216 entrance? I think we might be at the Route 216 entrance. Yeah, that seems accurate. Okay, first things first, we're gonna check all of the items in here to see if there are any that we need to pick up. I don't think there are, but we want to check. Dawnstone isn't necessary because we've already evolved Kirlia into a Gallade. None of those. What the heck does Black Flute do? It's an out-of-battle item. I think it's just slightly less effective than Repel. There are the Adamant and Lustrous Orbs, but yeah, those only work for Dialga and Palkia, meaning they're useless for our team. TM2 is Dragon Claw, if I recall correctly. Yes. Can anyone in our team actually learn this by TM? So I really don't think they can. Yeah, they cannot. The trouble is Mount Coronet is absolutely massive. TM69. What is that? That's rock polish. Can anyone in our party learn that? I don't think so, but it's possible that maybe like Lucario or something can, but I'd be really surprised. It's mostly rock types, but a few steel types can learn it, which is why I called out Lucario specifically, but no. Okay, TM69 isn't an issue, nor is the light clay. So we've already got plenty of those from the underground, and we haven't used any because we haven't gone for reflect or light screen strategies. Okay, yeah, we don't have to worry about any items on our way up the mountain. So the only concerning thing is the trainers. So if we start from the Route 216 entrance and work our way up. Luckily there is only one entrance that leads up. So we got galactic grunts with a variety of Pokemon. Stunky, Murkrow. It doesn't look like it has a flying move. There are still Golbats lingering around. We may want to bring Sun Tzu along just to avoid over-leveling Arthur. So if we give him, if we give her Zen Headbutt and then a wide lens, that should be plenty for dealing with the Golbats. We just have to make sure that she's in for the start of the battle if there is a Golbat in the team. And we would be rolling with 99% accuracy on all of our attacks, which would eventually come back to bite us, almost certainly. And there are a lot of Golbats in this process. What's the deal here, game? What is your obsession with Golbats? Yeah, most of the grunts can be dealt with pretty easily as long as we have at least a bit of psychic coverage and our normal stab moves. Potentially something to deal with taking a flying type move. The big worry is when we get up to higher floors, and we'll want to make sure not to battle any wild Pokemon, because there are a lot of Gravelers here that are all carrying self-destruct or explosion, and that would kill one of our Pokemon. Cave, Iceberg Ruins. Okay, and then at the very top we've got Spear Pillar. So yeah, as long as we've got some psychic coverage for dealing with all of the Golbats, Psychic, Ice, any number of things actually could do it. It's just Psychic is the only stab coverage we've got for them. Couple of grunts on top. Oh wait, hang on. I need to be checking the platinum section. Yeah, we got a couple of grunts up top. And then finally the boss battle. So yeah, I'm thinking our best bet is trying to break through Mars first. Just because her side of things has status to throw around, which is really concerning and could screw up the fight. Whereas the biggest issue with Jupiter... Yeah, the biggest issue with Jupiter is just the... is mean look on her Golbat and her Skuntank, which has surprisingly good coverage. We don't really have anything to wall it, so we'll want to take it out in a single hit. Luckily, this is the lucky bit, I think we've got a pretty straightforward option for doing that. And it actually involves none of the strategies that we've currently used. It involves going back for something that I just haven't bothered with up to this point because it hasn't seemed necessary. So, we're going to take a quick little fly over to Orberg City. And now to visit a place that I mentioned in one of the earlier streams. We do want to try and avoid trainers here if we can. Yeah, so back here, under the cycling bridge, is Wayward Cave. And actually, even as early as prior to the third gym, you can come in here and pick up the TM for Earthquake. Because the only required stuff for getting it is, I believe, Rock Smash and the Bike. Now where did I put the Flash TM? There we are. Yeah, Togetic, if you want to go ahead and learn Flash, that would be very helpful. It's not strictly required, it just makes this, you know, not unbearable. Well, that was unnecessary. Oh, never mind. The Flash TM isn't even important because The room that the Earthquake TM is in doesn't even require it. Now, there is one thing that we want here, and we'll want plenty of, and that's repels. But apart from that, the trick with going over these bumps right is knowing what gear to be in. So if you're in the lower gear, you'll only get over one, whereas if you're in the higher gear, you'll get over multiple blocks. Gonna use another repel. And I'm just using the repels to avoid having to back up and redo stuff because we encountered a Pokemon. So that can get annoying. And just like that, we got the TM for Earthquake. We didn't actually even need Rock Smash. The only thing you need to get that is a bike. Which is insane. Anyway, where are my escape ropes? Ah, there we are. And now, even though we're under a bridge, we can go ahead and fly. See, access to Earthquake will give us some extra options for dealing with some problematic Pokemon, specifically the Skuntank. Because Skuntank is honestly pretty frightening here. It has dark, poison, and fire coverage. And specifically with poison and fire, or dark and fire, that's pretty broad sweeping. But a few of our Pokemon can learn Earthquake. Specifically, the top contenders for it are Hercules and Genghis. Okay, we're gonna need to do some more theory crafting in a minute. I gotta go use the restroom real quick. I'll be right back. Thank y'all for being good while I was gone. So, the big thing here is actually figuring out turn-by-turn strategy for the double battle fight, which is obviously complicated, especially since we can't control what our ally is going to do. And this is a tricky issue. The main challenge is going to be finding a way to deal with Mars's Pokemon quickly so that we don't get covered in status, while not knowing how fast the other side of things is going to be hit by our ally. If he takes out if he takes out their Bronzor too soon, we could actually have a big problem on our hands. Not to mention the screens that could wind up going up in this scenario. Yeah, both lead Bronzors carry one of the two screens. If we can rely on them setting up one of the screens, that would give us a free turn 1 to set up ourselves. At present, I'm thinking the best bet for this is I'm thinking the best bet for this is Heracross. If we lead Heracross with Substitute and a Piapa Berry, we're pretty comfortably guaranteed, I think, to take an extra sensory without our Substitute getting broken. But if they double into us with extra sensory, then it starts becoming an issue. I suppose instead of Substitute, we could use Protect to Scout? I don't know, it's tricky here. There's always the option to taunt one of them. See, the big advantage to using Heracross as our lead would be the option to Brick Break to finish off one of the Bronzor and remove the screens at the same time, so that we would have a clear path to one-shotting the Golbat that comes in after. And then the Perugly is pretty much free, especially if we can manage to keep a substitute up. And of course there's inside the distortion world where we have to deal with Osiris, who is... Oh, hang on. I just realized I'm doing all of this planning prematurely. We're not going to Spear Pillar yet. I'm sorry, people. I just realized we're not going to Spear Pillar yet. We are going to Snow Point City first. And I think we might have to face Commander Jupiter there, but that's a lot less worrying than what I was already expecting. So with that said, let's swap Arthur out for Sun Tzu, and we'll go ahead and add Alexander to the party. So I don't think we'll need flying for a minute here. The goal is going to be to travel all the way to Snow Point City before we have to do any healing. Or do any flying. Now, where are my repels again? Just because I don't want to have to bother. Dealing with... Oh, hang on. We never actually taught strength to our B-barrel. And we're still under the effects of repel. No, we're not. Yeah, the repels are useful literally just to avoid encounters so that we don't have to spend a bunch of time on them. If I recall correctly, the path here is actually just to go all the way up to there. Can't remember where that cave leads to, but... Okay, dodge that person. Give me one sec while I check if there are any important items that we need to pick up on this route. Okay, Route 216. There are some risky trainers that we'll want to avoid, if possible. Ooh, a mental herb. Remind me what that does. Oh, it just cures infatuation. It's the useless herb. TM13. Is that useful? Ice Beam. I don't think anyone in our team can learn Ice Beam. I think our ice coverage is pretty much restricted to Ice Punch. Which, luckily, most of our team can learn. I don't think either of our special attackers can learn Ice Beam, is what I should be saying. Oh my gosh, so many things can learn Ice Beam. None on our team, but still. Yeah. Okay, so the Mental Herb and the Ice Beam TM are useless, so we don't have to worry about that. Cool. That said, we do have a trainer right in front of us. Let's see what their deal is. Okay, Ace Trainer Laura has a Tropius. That actually shouldn't be any trouble as long as we lead with someone who has Ice-type coverage, which, yeah, Sun Tzu does. Okay, bye. Oh, that was good. We almost walked into that. Okay, so we can heal up here. I don't think we had any healing that needed to happen, but we can still get going. Oh, hey, Maylene. So yeah, this guy right in front of us could be a problem. Let's see what the deal is here. So Route 217. Also, I want to check if there are any useful items here. HM8. Which one's that? Rock climb. Okay, we will need to pick that up. That's somewhere here. Like, that is literally just lost somewhere out in this snowstorm. And HM7 is also here, which is the HM for Hail. I don't even think anyone we have can learn Hail. So many of these moves that I'm saying I don't think anyone we have can learn would be totally different if we had access to Poliwrath in this game. Yeah, no one we have can learn Hail. So we don't have to worry about the HM or the TM for Hail, but we do want to worry about the HM for Rock Climb, since we will need that eventually. Now, this first guy, if I remember, is actually kind of dangerous. Hang on. Where's the Ace Trainer? Ace Trainer Dalton. Why your first battle doesn't come up, I don't know, but Ace Trainer Dalton has an Electabuzz and a Magmar. We don't have ways of hitting either of those super effectively right now, since I haven't taught Earthquake to anyone. Okay, real quick. We've got both of our possible Earthquake users on the team right now, Hercules and Genghis. Between the two, I'm actually kind of drawn to the idea of using it on Genghis right now, just because Hercules is going to have a major case of 4 move slot syndrome for the Team Galactic fight. And I don't know if we're going to be able to work with that. Of course, it might be a better call just to not make Hercules the focus in the Team Galactic fight, and instead find a different way. Yeah, the big trouble with Hercules is just the fact that it's so hard to fit all of the important moves into his moveset. Because he has so much unique coverage that the rest of the team doesn't get access to. Ah. But yeah, we can't skip this guy. He has two relatively strong Pokemon. Hang on, let's check what TMs we have as a whole. Especially if we have something like Dig, we could use that now. Okay, so we have the TM for Dig, which has 80 base power in this game, which could be enough. We might want to go ahead and teach someone Dig. Okay, let's see real quick. Does anyone in our party... Okay, yeah, a couple of them have the ability to learn Dig. I think we're going to go ahead and teach Genghis Dig. Which may seem like a strange strategy. Oh, we've got plenty of Psychic TMs. That'll be useful for later when we're spamming Psychic with Lucario. Or with Leonidas. Okay. We're gonna lead Genghis. And the thing is, Genghis isn't going to outspeed an Electabuzz, so in order to make sure that we don't wind up paralyzed, I'm going to go ahead and give him a Cherry Berry. So we want to get Burn. Actually, you know what? Give him a Lumberry. Because if we don't deal with paralysis on the first turn, then that means we're likely taking an attack the first turn. Hang on, how loud is that for y'all? Okay, it doesn't look like it's too bad. So, yeah, if we're dealing with... If we don't take paralysis on the first turn, then we're going to be taking a bunch of damage on the first turn before the KO with Dig. The only other thing that I can think of is finding another move for... Sound is okay? Hi, Sib. Welcome to the stream. I don't know if you've been here for a while or if you just got here, but welcome. Sorry, I'm just trying to find the safest way of clearing the upcoming trainer without risking anyone's life. Infernape, do you have any useful moves that I could teach you real quick as a backup in case we have to switch you in here. Doesn't really look like it, since all of Infernape's best coverage is either physical or grass. You've been lurking because you don't understand Pokemon. That is perfectly fair. Okay, let's see. Yeah, so the big issue is just the fact that the Electabuzz in front will have 2 opportunities to paralyze us even in a best case scenario. Real quick, is there any easy option for getting Genghis poisoned around here? It's actually a weird strategy, but if we can get poisoned, then we can avoid a lot of the issues that could come up. So hang on, if we back up 1 route, does anything that we can encounter here have the ability to poison us? It doesn't look like it, nor the ability to burn or anything. The best I can see is Skier Caitlin, who has toxic spikes on her, yeah, she has toxic spikes on her Roselia. If we could bait her into using toxic spikes... Hold up, this is actually a workable strategy. Okay, we're gonna back up real quick. Okay. Let me just double check. So... Oh wait, no, Skier Caitlin was in... Dang it, never mind. I looked at the... Crap. I looked at the Diamond and Pearl Pokemon again. Oh, if we want to get this thing poisoned, we're going to have to back up so far. The better option, of course, would be to get burned. Since that's less chip damage and doesn't deal chip damage out of battle. Hold up. Learns Will-O-Wisp by level up. Shuppet, Duskull, Vulpix. Okay, there are Vulpixes in Route 209. What about Shuppet? Platinum. Shuppet is post-game only. And Duskull? Route 209 again. Trouble is, I don't know if the Duskull will be high enough level to know Will-O-Wisp. On the other hand, the Vulpix probably will be. Wait, do those both have to be with leaf green inserted? Ah, dang it. Okay, I'm not seeing a good option for picking up a burn. Huh. You know what? I'm going to run with the strategy that I had come up with previously, which was literally just use Genghis with Dig and a Lumberry and hope that we don't take that we don't get paralyzed by static. If we do, there are still options because we can switch in Alexander. And Sun Tzu, you can have a Citrus Berry as our extra backup in case we have to switch you in against Magmar. I'm just gonna go for it. I think I'm overthinking this. Because yes, it can paralyze us. Okay, it went for Thunderbolt instead. So that's only a 10% chance to paralyze. And of course it got a crit. Okay, so Genghis is definitely not going to be able to stay in for the second one because of the Hail Chip. Oh, Hail Chip misses if we're underground. I mean, it makes sense, but I didn't know for sure. Unfortunately, we're definitely not surviving a flamethrower. So we'll switch into Alexander. Probably should have given Alexander leftovers since Expert Belt won't be useful here. Let's double check what this thing's other moves are. So Route 217. Scroll down to Dalton. Or I guess I could just look at it here. Flamethrower, Feint Attack, Smog, and Will-O-Wisp. Okay, so Flamethrower is probably the most damaging of those. Smog has a chance to poison. I'm going to go for Nasty Plot, because after a boost, we should still be able to break through this thing with Flamethrowers. Instead of having to resort to close combat, which would cut our defenses. And luckily, we have reliable recovery. Okay, there we go. That was a little bit iffy. Oh. But I think we were pretty much safe there, actually. Yeah, I think I was just kind of overthinking it. Let's go ahead and give back your leftovers. They are higher up in this list. Let's actually change the item on Alexander for the moment, because Expert Belt is only going to be useful if we have the items, if I know that we're dealing with the if I know that we're dealing with a situation that we can actually use super effective moves. Oh, really? Yes, I realized that was a stupid way to play that battle, but you know what? I kinda just didn't care at that exact moment. That's the TM for Hale. I think this is the guy who lost his HM. And I think that's it, yep. Okay, we got the one item that we actually needed out here. Oh, and he wants to give me something, but I don't think I actually need it. Okay, not going that path. Oh, hang on, we might need to go that path. Hold up. Let's slow the game down. There we go. Yeah, unfortunately, not only do we walk extra slow in all of this deep snow, but... oh geez, where are my super repels? There we go. Not only do we walk extra slow in this deep snow, but we can't bicycle in it. Okay, this ace trainer is at the other end. Looks like she is packing a Curlia, Seeking, and Baniri. So Curlia is a little bit scary there, but luckily we have strong coverage for dealing with it. I think this should actually be pretty straightforward if we just use Lucario. At least for the Curlia. And then we can switch in something else to deal with the Seeking. So, real quick. Leonidas, you're up front. Genghis, let's heal you up real quick. Now who is going to deal with the Seeking? I think... so it should be pretty fast, which makes me think that Hercules is going to be a better option than Sun Tzu. We'll give Hercules an item to deal with potential supersonic. And we'll do the same with Genghis. Oh, I meant to actually give him the item. And And let's hope that we... Dang it. I was hoping we didn't get caught in that fight, but... I figured the odds of that actually happening were pretty low. Anyway. Dark Pulse should clear through Kirlia pretty easily. And Baniri. We're choice locked, so we can't switch moves. Yeah. I didn't think it could take me out in one shot, so I didn't bother. I didn't bother switching off until I had gotten at least a little bit of damage with Leonidas. Maybe not the safest strat, but whatever. Let's check whether there are any items we need to pick up at Acuity Lakefront. Just the Reaper Cloth, which we can't use. There's also an Ultra Ball, but we don't have any more Pokemon to catch in this run. Let's see real quick. What about Snowpoint City? Just a note, if you're ever playing through Pokemon Platinum or Pokemon Diamond or Pearl, never trade with the person who offers you a Haunter for your Medicham. They are scamming you. Their Haunter is holding an Everstone to keep it from evolving into a Gengar, which is one of the rudest things that Game Freak has ever done in a Pokemon game. Huh. Yeah, so it looks like the only thing we actually have to worry about for this next bit is the gym. Which, luckily, I'm not too worried about the gym trainers so much as just the gym leader. The gym trainers should all be pretty straightforward as long as we have fighting coverage on our team. Do you have any Pokédolls? Because we're going to want one of those soon. Ish. Those Pokédolls, by the way, not Pokéballs. We don't need any Pokéballs. Okay. Let's go ahead, grab Togetic, swap it in for B-Barrel so that we have the ability to fly. And now it's time to start worrying about the gym. And I actually think that we're just going to put... You know what, we'll put Sun Tzu up front for the moment. Yes, Ice-type matches up badly against the Fighting-type. That's definitely going to be how things play out here. Heavy sarcasm, in case you couldn't tell. I have a scarf? Oh, hang on, are any of the moves that this guy can teach useful? Let's see, we got Helping Hand, Last Resort, Magnet Rise, Snore, Spite, Swift, Synthesis, and Uproar. Yeah, none of those are really useful for this team. Hypothetically, Last Resort could come up. The others just straight up, I don't think any of our Pokemon can use them, or they're just bad moves. moves, like Snore. The closest thing in there to something being useful is Swift, which Infernape could probably learn. Okay, well, anyway. Alright, we're going to be taking this nice and slow, because I don't actually remember how to do this puzzle. I have never memorized it. Like, I remember how to approach it, generally, but not the specifics. Oh, crap. And this is why I'm leading with someone who has fire coverage. Okay. So, in case it wasn't clear, we need some momentum if we want to break through those snowballs. No. Now, this is tricky. The main tricky bit is honestly just remembering the right path. Okay, hang on, I see. Oh, heck. I should probably take it off speed up. Okay, so go over here, head all the way over here. Now, if we come onto this one, we can get in position to break this snowball. And then once we make our way back, we've cleared the path. Okay. I think there's actually a path through this that makes it so you don't have to deal with any of your opponents, like any of the gym trainers, but I've never followed what it is, and frankly, I'm too lazy to learn. Now, let's see here. So, the main thing we need to do at this point is actually plan out the gym battle. So, luckily, I think the Sneasel up front is relatively easy to set up on. Yeah, so it has Slash, Aerial Ace, Feint Attack, and Ice Shard. The big issues are Abomasnow, which sets up Hail, and Frostlass, which has really good coverage, a ghost typing to make it immune to our fighting type moves, and whatchamacallit, psychic type coverage for our fighting types. Oh, and Blizzard, though I don't know if Blizzard is fully accurate in the Hail in this generation. Hail. Or, no. Blizzard. I gotta check some stuff on Bulbapedia. Okay, yes. Blizzard bypasses accuracy checks starting in Generation 4. Okay, so we do need to worry about the fact that Blizzard can bypass accuracy checks. See, if it weren't for that, I would honestly just set up with Alexander against the first Pokemon and then steamroll through with Flamethrower, because it would be a piece of cake. But because of that, we've got to be a little bit particular here. The main issue that I'm seeing is that we probably won't be able to eliminate Hail from the equation. So, Foresight. Does Foresight have an accuracy check? Okay, Foresight now bypasses accuracy checks to always hit. That is very useful. Sorry, I just accidentally clicked on the wrong window. Foresight. Yeah, so Foresight has no accuracy check. Yep, I was just double checking with Cerebi to be sure. Okay, so I do think that based on that, we should be pretty free to go into the fight with Leonidas up front and just absolutely steamroll through the opponents with Aurasphere, and then use Foresight on Frostlass to make Aurasphere a guaranteed hit. Only thing I'm curious about at this point, Gym Leader Candace has 30 IVs on all of her Pokemon. Is Leonidas fast enough? Okay, the damage calculator, Diamond and Pearl, Frostlass, Lucario. Okay. A level 44 Frostlass with a lonely nature and 30 speed IVs. Has 115 speed. much speed does Leonidas currently have? Okay, Leonidas also has a lonely nature. And has 110 base speed. Let me double check. Sorry, I'm using PK Hex to check the details on Leonidas. Okay, Leonidas only has 7 speed IVs. Okay. We can get him up to level 45 before Frostlass comes out. Seven speed IVs, 252 speed EVs. Okay. And a lonely nature, not that that should matter. Okay, with max speed, Leonidas is able to outspeed the Frostlass. Or should be. Why is my Leonidas showing up as so much slower than what the calculator is showing? This is weird. Oh, this Leonidas that I'm looking at is a lower level one because I'm looking at an old thing. I was going crazy for a second there. Yeah. Okay. At level 44, Leonidas speed ties. At level 45, he outspeeds. Okay, I think we can do this. Oh, that is a very narrow margin. Luckily, I think that should mean if we give other Pokemon options for coming in case we wind up in a bad spot and have to switch Leonidas out, we should be alright. So, real quick, we're going to fly back to Pastoria, because we just visit that every so often, I guess. Arthur, we're going to slip you into the team. Want to double check some stuff. Okay. Leonidas, first of all, needs tutoring. We're going to have Foresight replacing... yeah, we'll replace Dark Pulse for this. Sun Tzu, I don't think we'll need to learn anything from here. Hercules already knows Night Slash, so we should be good on that front. Genghis should not be used in this fight, just straight up. Arthur might want Night Slash. Let's double check. Okay, that's 70 base power. That's actually a little lower than Fire Punch. Which means we'll probably stick with Fire Punch. Unless we don't currently have that in our moveset. Okay, we currently have Fire Punch in our moveset. However, since we won't have an opportunity to set up this fight, I'm going to add Leaf Blade back into our moveset in place of Sword Stance. The only thing I'm thinking here is that I still really want to actually have Alexander learn Vacuum Wave. So we're going to get the Pokemon that we need to reach the Move Tutor. And we're going to actually go and teach Vacuum Wave to Alexander. Because I've wanted that in his moveset for a while, I just haven't actually bothered to add it. So let's drop Close Combat for Vacuum Wave. And now we'll fly back up to Snow Point City real quick. Okay, now most of the party is just going to be leveled up by Rare Candy. But Leonidas will need to be edged toward the level cap. Which means we're going to need to duck out of town. For just a minute here. So how's everyone in chat? We're gonna be here a minute because it thinks we've been playing for like 8 hours today already. Because I am running at, like, many times the natural speed. Okay. First thing I'm going to do real quick is actually give Leonidas a different item. Because right now Leonidas is using choice specs, which are a fantastic item for him, but they're definitely the wrong item for going into this upcoming gym battle, and I don't want to accidentally forget. So, we're gonna kill off some random Sneasels and Snovers. And a Swinub too, I guess. Okay, one more Sneasel or a Snover should... Yeah, that's plenty close enough. No more battling. We'll go heal up. And let's switch Alexander up front in case by some crazy fluke we manage to accidentally bump into a trainer while we're in here. Okay, come over here, do that, head over here, up, down, back, all the way around. We'll come down there. Yeah, the main thing at the moment is literally just that I'm trying to not solve the puzzle without accidentally bumping into any trainers. Once we're actually standing in front of the gym leader, then I will then I'll set the details of my team in order. But luckily, I think that's all of the obstacles cleared. Okay. Drop a save real quick, and I'll drop a save state in case I crash or something during the fight. I don't even know if that's actually necessary, but I've been doing it, so why not? Sorry, even though I can't reload during this, I still get a bit stressed out over going into a fight like this. Okay, so we want Leonidas up front. Leonidas has Foresight and Aura Sphere. Those are the only moves he's going to need during this fight. Because Yeah. Those are the only moves he's going to need during this fight. Do I want Leonidas to be... Yeah, I'm sticking with the plan that I've come up with. We're just gonna keep it simple. Okay, so Leonidas has what I want. Hercules has Night Slash to back things up, and also Aerial Ace in case we just need a little chip damage on Frostlass at some point. Genghis, I'm really hoping not to need to use, but we'll probably slap a Pyapa Berry on basically everything in the back. Pyapa Berry. For Sun Tzu and Arthur, however, we need a Ghost Resist Berry. Water, Fire, okay. Ghost, so a Kasib Berry. And then Alexander. Again, Pyapa. All right. You know what? Actually, we're going to do one thing different real quick. Instead of leftovers, you are going to have a fist plate. Alright, here we go. This is not the intense music that I tend to think of for a gym battle like this. Let's give it a shot. Gym Leader Candace. Probably the hardest Ice-type gym leader, and they've done a lot of them. Okay, we'll open with Vacuum Wave. Should be enough for the one-shot. And I don't want to risk that thing outspeeding me and getting some chip or a crit with Aerial Ace or something. I don't think it can. Okay, and there's the level that we needed in order to outspeed Frostlass. Now against Piloswine, Aura Sphere. We're really relying on this being a one-shot, because actually if this doesn't, we'll take an Earthquake to the face and probably lose Leonidas and then proceed to wipe, but I was reasonably confident that the Lucario with 31 special attack IVs, a fist plate, and 252 special attack effort values could one-shot the Piloswine and the Abomasnow, both of which had super effective coverage for Leonidas. Foresight. And we do outspeed. So as long as this thing doesn't one-shot us somehow, we're good. And it didn't even go for it, just went for double team. Which means we have now won. Because we will outspeed, and thanks to Foresight, we can hit an Aura Sphere on the next turn. Luckily, the AI is notoriously greedy with setup moves, especially evasion strats. Avalanche. I don't think anyone we have can use it, but if they can, that'd be great. It would be a great move on Genghis if we could teach it to him, but... Okay, now let's double check. So we'll need B-Barrel in the party. Mars has a Skuntank in the back. Or Jupiter, I mean. Do we actually have to fight Jupiter here? I'm not totally certain. Let's see, Lake Acuity. Okay, no, we do not have to fight Jupiter. Yeah, we don't have to fight Jupiter until the double battle on top of Spear Pillar. Okay, that makes this a lot simpler. In the meantime, we did just finish a gym battle, and I kind of need to use the restroom because I've been drinking a lot of water today. Water, it's important. Anyway, I'll be back in just a minute. Please stick around if you can. Thanks. Okay. Who do we want to swap out? Since, you know what, since Leonidas is a bit higher level, go ahead and swap him out for the moment. Oh, jeez. There we go. Not that it matters, because we're not getting into a battle right away, but we are technically... else because sorry, I must have accidentally missed. Oh, you know what happened? The last thing I clicked on was OBS. And the hotkey for speeding up is also the same as the key combo for undo. It's Control-Z. So because I never actually clicked back onto the game, I was dealing with the wrong, or I undid the thing where I clicked to turn my sound back on. Thank you for calling me out on it, Sid, though, because I would not have noticed for like half an hour or something. And there would just be this big blank portion where my mouth is moving and nothing's coming out, which, I mean, that might be better for you, but it wouldn't really make sense when I eventually upload the VOD. Okay. Really? Bidoof can't learn Rock Climb? Okay, hold up. Oh, hey, welcome to the stream, Alazir. Yeah, I'm doing fighting only in Pokemon Platinum. Except right now, the need to have a Pokemon use Rock Climb is what is defeating me. Hardcore Nuzlocke. Yeah, it's tricky because Sinnoh has a surprising number of flying types floating around. That's literally it. It's that there are strong flying types in like every third required battle. I don't know where the moved leader is in this game. Hold up a sec. One sec. Move to leader. Pokemon Platinum. There we go. Just south of the Canalave City Pokemon Center. You're shooting for every type as a hardcore Nuzlocke? That's cool. Yeah. I don't know. I've done a few of them on my own time. This is only the second one that I've done on... Well, this is only the second monotype Nuzlocke I've done on stream. I also did a Nuzlocke using only Paldean Pokemon for Pokemon Scarlet. I can't say Scarlet and Violet, it was just Scarlet. Salacion... Canalave is over here. I can never remember the names of the towns in Sinnoh. Anyway, the house just south of the Pokemon Center. We are going to go ahead and remove Cut from B-Barrel. So far we've managed to only have one death in this run, so that's pretty decent, although we lost Attila the Toxicroak strictly on my own stupidity, so that's never fun. You've done Steel and Platinum, Water and Heart Gold, and Electric and Scarlet. Electric and Scarlet does sound fun. I'm assuming Watrel and Kilowattrel were pretty much core to the team because of the ground immunity and the number of dangerous ground types there are in that game. Okay, now can we use Rock Climb on B-Barrel? There we go. Only really core near the end, huh? Interesting. Remind me, when do you pick up the air balloon? Air balloon is like Delibird gifts only, right? Oh yeah, Rotom and Electros show up. I always forget those exist, which is weird, because I've used Rotom at least in multiple Nuzlocks. I used Rotom. Rotom was actually a core member of what I call my Height Lock. I did a run in Pokemon Y. This was on my own time, not on stream. I did a run in Pokemon Y using only Pokemon 2 feet tall or shorter, and honestly my favorite Nuzlocke I've ever done. It was so much fun. Visit Delibird when you get to Koskarafa. That sounds reasonable. But I imagine having access to Air Balloon would also be useful in a couple of cases. When you have, when you need specific coverage that one of the others doesn't provide. We don't have a battle about to happen, so you know what? I really need to redo the items. They're all carrying Pineapple berries and stuff. But yeah, electric only sounds fun. I've actually been toying with kind of a weird concept for a run in Pokemon Scarlet. It would be Pokemon Scarlet, but only using Pokemon with multiple faces. Because I actually noticed that there are a whole lot of those. Like, the idea came to me when I first... oh, what's down here? Oh, we can just... Okay, well, I wasted a bit of time going around, but anyway. The idea came to me after I lost my Tandemaus in my first attempt, because I really would like to try and use Tandemaus and Mousehold again, and there are a bunch of others like Wiglet, Magneton, things like that. I've got a whole list of Pokemon that are valid encounters. Because I think I would like to attempt that on stream at some point. Only had it equipped for backup plans, that makes sense. Okay, now we have to go and clear the Veilstone City HQ. Are there any items to pick up while we're here? TM14. It's Blizzard. We won't be using that. Okay. Yeah, the Scarlet fight isn't easy. I wouldn't say that it's the hardest final boss, but it was definitely well executed. Like, it's a nice, satisfying conclusion to the game, even if the twist is kind of obvious. Okay, time to storm the next galactic HQ. Oh wait, there's actually one thing that I want to do beforehand. I was thinking of this just before the last gym, or just before we reached Snowpoint City, but then, well, I wanted to dive into the Snowpoint gym right away. So we're actually going to go somewhere else. We're slipping back to... Is it Hearthhome that I... No, it's Orberg. We're going to duck back to Orberg City real quick. Because there are a few things that we have access to now that we didn't when we were first here. See, in Orberg Gate, we get a pretty good variety of extra items available to us. First, once we have the bike, and then once we have the ability to surf. So, the most important of these is the TM for Brick Break. But, since we also have the ability to surf... Oh, hold up. There's a dude there that I want to check what his Pokemon are. Yeah, I haven't actually played Pokemon Violet, because I only bought Pokemon Scarlet. If I do the multi-face lock... That is such a weird sentence. If I do the multi-face lock, though, I expect I'll go ahead and buy Violet, just because that gives me access to Hydreigon, which I just think would be an awesome Pokemon to be able to include. Or, no, it's not that it gives me access to Hydreigon, it gives me access to Dragapult, which I've never gotten to use. Hydreigon, I think, is in either. I should double check that, actually. Okay, so this guy has a Staraptor. Luckily, it's pretty low level. Riolu, Staraptor, and Graveler. And the Graveler does not have an Explodey move. Yeah, okay. Trouble is... Yeah, Hydreigon would only be available for the last two fights, but it would also be its pre-evolved form would also be available. Hydreigon fully evolves at what, level 64? Wait, he's a... Oh my gosh. Okay, well, if he's a spinner... Yeah, I can never remember when Hydreigon actually evolves. Yeah, we've got all the earth plates we need from the underground. I believe this is the TM for Focus Punch. Yep. And we could use an escape rope, but Genghis still has Dig at the moment. But yeah, I stocked up on escape ropes. I've done some quality of life improvements just because I don't want this run to take forever. And I know how slow grinding is in Pokemon Platinum. Especially since so many of the useful items are locked behind incredibly time-consuming and grindy stuff, and a lot of time travel generally. For example, arguably the most important member of my team for most of this run has been Hercules the Heracross. And I really didn't feel like taking 12 hours at a time to grind for a Heracross encounter, especially since if our Heracross didn't have the right EVs, it would lead to a reset at, or the right IVs. Okay, let me put it simply. I did the calcs. In order to beat Fantina reliably without having to risk everything on avoiding critical hits and confusion from Psybeam and all this stuff, we had to outspeed her, which means hitting 63 or higher speed by level 27. And we had to have 88 or higher attack in order to guarantee the 2-hit KO with Thief. So it's entirely possible that even if I did the full grind to get a Heracross, I would get a Heracross that was straight up not good enough and it would require a run reset. So I used some external tools to save time with that. Which meant we only had to reset on the Heracross encounter once. And let's see, where are my leftovers? But yeah, as you can see, I've gone ahead and given myself items and stuff. Because there was just very little point in doing all of the grindy stuff that involves basically just not playing the game. Actually, you know what? We're gonna give you a Cobra Berry. I like to have at least one backup option for dealing with flying types. Cobra Berry. Sun Tzu. You can have your expert belt back. Oh, yeah, the thing is, because I'm streaming this, I'm trying to minimize how many times I have to cut out to using PK Hex during the stream. What did I want on you, Arthur? What are you carrying right now? It's a Ghost Resist Berry, right? Yeah. Just give you leftovers. Oh, there's one more thing I actually want to do real quick. Yeah. If I was doing this run on my own time, I literally wouldn't... Yeah, it's all the galactic stuff next. If I was doing this on my own time, I actually wouldn't bother dodging the grindy stuff. I would actually do that, because part of the reason I play Pokemon games on my own time is to pass the time. So I would do all of the stuff manually and probably pull out a few different strats, stuff like that, but... because I'm streaming it, I don't really want viewers to have to watch hours and hours of me grinding for items in the Grand Underground. How many steel types are there in this game? That actually surprises me. So I know steel types are hard to come by. I think 7's enough. Honestly, if you've got at least like 5 Pokemon, it's worth considering. Okay, we can drop Foresight now. Four Pokemon is where it starts to get really iffy, but as long as you've got room for a team and ideally 1 or 2 Pokemon that could potentially die, you can work with it. Wait, why am I doing this here? I just realized I'm still in Pastoria City. I need to be in Valestow. Yeah, they're really good. Honestly, though, the 3rd gym would have been an absolute wall if I didn't get access to Heracross beforehand, because you have so few options for moves and stuff. That is actually insane that it's... Even with Heracross, it's barely possible to reliably beat the third gym. Fantina is just that oppressive with Miss Magius. If you want a fun game to do fighting types only in, you might actually consider Gen 5. Like, not even Black 2 and White 2, but either Black or White. I did that up to Gym 6, at which point I lost a couple of Pokemon to dumb decisions, and then I didn't have room before the level cap, and so I wound up over-leveling during Spirit Tower, or whatever the heck, Spiral Tower, I think it's called. But I think it's actually possible. You'll be hard carried by throw. If you go with Pokemon... I think I've got Pokemon Black. I don't know, I can never remember which of those I have. Oh wait, this is the department store. Why am I going in here? Time to enter the Veilstone Galactic Building. But yeah, Gen 5 was actually pretty fun. You have some cool fighting types, though your list of encounters is pretty short, unless you allow the legendaries, in which case the late game becomes ridiculously easy, but honestly fighting types have a pretty good matchup into the late game. For... Decided on Sword and Shield. Yeah, Ice-type monolocks without modding a starter in are pretty much impossible unless you're doing the two most recent games. That's pretty much where you're going to find yourself. Okay, gotta get the Pokemon... or the Galactic Headquarters pulled up. Galactic Warehouse. Pokemon Platinum. Looks like there's a Grunt with a Golbat, and that's the only concerning thing I'm seeing. Oh wait. There's a Murkrow, but all it has is dark moves. Okay. What are these TMs? TM 21 and 36. Frustration. And Sludge Bomb. Oh yeah, grinding in Pokemon Scarlet and Violet, actually my favorite thing about those games is just the fact that grinding got so much easier. We'll want Arthur up front for this, in case we bump into him. But yeah, honestly, my favorite thing in Pokemon Scarlet and Violet was definitely the option to just have your Pokemon auto-battle. I actually love that mechanic. It's my favorite thing that they added in the game. Let's lead Genghis. Oh, no, I didn't mean to go into items. Yeah, it's crazy to see a Pokemon game with easy grinding. Okay, what's this guy carrying? Veilstone Galactic Building. Here we are. First floor. Oh, wait. I need this on Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum. Thank you for the follow, Lazar. Let me know if I'm pronouncing your name wrong, by the way. But yeah, I appreciate it. Yeah, it's nice to have a bit easier grinding so it doesn't feel like straight up cheating when you're using hacks to insert rare candies and such. Like, apart from the incredibly slow early game, I actually don't mind streaming Pokemon Scarlet and Violet as much as I mind streaming the earlier stuff without speed up. Okay. So it looks like this grunt probably has a Glameow. I'm hoping we can go around him. But on the chance that we can't, you know what, we can stick with Genghis in front. Okay. Oh. Well, what do you have? Oh, you're the person with the Glameow. Okay. Now to solve the maze. Snatch, that could come in handy at some point. This person could have... I'm not totally sure. It's hard to tell what floor you're on here. Yeah. Alazier. Gotcha. But yeah, if the graphics just actually functioned, yeah, 100%. Because it's just so much fun. They introduced a lot of cool new Pokemon, which, you know, I've got a lot of complaints about recent Pokemon, just like everyone else does, but I am glad to say that I consistently continue to like the Pokemon they introduce, for the most part. Okay, it looks like that guy might have Glameow, Krogunk, and Murkrow. Oh, jeez, why do so many people here have... Yes, Gen 9 Pokemon are weird, and that's not a bad thing. Funnily enough, my #1 complaint about Gen 8 is that they actually tried to make it make too much sense. Which, personal opinion, that is always going to be the wrong choice for... Oh. Okay, this is going to be annoying. We'll just Thunder Punch. In my opinion, trying to make Pokemon make sense is a poor decision. Like, we're doing gladiatorial combat with Pokemon, with monsters that we can store in our pockets. That doesn't seem like it should be necessary. That doesn't seem like it should make sense. Like, I appreciate that they took a risk with trying to come up with a new format. In the Pokemon League. I actually really liked a lot of the new Pokemon in Gen 8. That was probably the biggest selling point for me, was that I liked Gen 8 Pokemon. It was a lot of the other stuff that I had issues with. Let's go back to leading with Genghis here. I think this guy has... yeah, Glameow, Murkrow, and Croagunk. Like, again, I'm not trying to push that. If you're not a big fan of the options in Gen 8, that's totally understandable. But I did really like it. I actually liked Pierce as the first Dark-type gym leader, which I'm a big fan of Dark types, so having the first Dark-type gym leader be someone I could actually appreciate, I was down with. But I just felt like they tried too hard to make the game make sense, and it took away from some of the gameplay options. The main thing that bugs me about them trying to make it make sense was definitely the fact that anytime some catastrophe came up, I, as the, 12-year-old child, didn't get to be the one to solve it. I get that that makes absolute sense, that it would be the champion who steps in to try and deal with this crisis. But, come on, I'm the protagonist here. Let me be the one to actually try and deal with this. Pokemon randomly terastallizing where there aren't, or Dynamaxing where there aren't power spots? Heck yeah. Send the child to deal with that. Okay, I think this person is just facing the wall, so I'm not too worried. This is a spinner. Oh, not unlimited. I want it paused. Okay, let's see. On this floor... it looks like this person might have a Stunky and a Croagunk. You know what? I'm just going to go ahead and stick with Genghis up front. Yeah, Villain Champion is a fun move. I don't mind that they did that. Admittedly, if I had to pick a generation where I was least fond of the gameplay out of the story, out of the ones that I've played, it would probably be Gen 5 where they actually did that. Okay, we've got a bunch of frustrations already. I'm sorry, I just can't get over how heavy-handed the story is in Gen 5. Just straight up. They were way too heavy-handed for what could have been a much better story. As far as N as a character, heck yeah. N is an interesting concept for a rival. And he's genuinely challenging, which is a positive. And the way that they merge the climax of the story with the champion battle is a cool move. All of these things are positives. My only real issue is just that the story is so freaking heavy-handed. Do I not have leftovers on Genghis here? Oh, I got a Koba Berry. Yeah, I guess that works. I'm just gonna beat this guy up because I don't really know where I'm going at the moment. Okay, we got access to this room, but that doesn't take us anywhere. So that was the wrong way to go. So was there another path here? This leads down here, and that leads into the basement. Oh, wait! I remember now. I forgot. We have to go in through the front entrance now. I will say, again, Pokemon Black, most of the Pokédex is the big draw for me. Apart from a couple of the worst designs in the game, a couple of the worst designs for that game, the Pokédex is actually pretty good. My favorite thing that they did in that game was definitely adding a lot of good bug types. Like, if there's one positive I can say for Gen 5, is that they took the time to make bug types a whole lot better. With options like Galvantula and Volcarona. Yeah. Now, as far as the Scarlet and Violet story, the only thing is, I realize they tried really hard to make Team Star sympathetic villains. But here's the thing, and I said this frequently during my playthrough. This is a militarized organization of children. I'm not going to be that sympathetic toward that. I think this guy has 2 Golbat. Which means our best option is probably just to go ahead and lead Arthur. And get into the battle. Like, yes, kids being bullied, I get that, because I went through it as a kid. But, at the same time, they formed a militarized organization. That's sus at best. And this person has Golbat and Houndour. And we'll have to switch for this. Alexander is probably the best matchup into Houndour. Really doesn't take anything. See, I could even understand them choosing not to go to school for personal reasons. I frankly don't understand why that school is so thoroughly overhyped in that region, because I didn't attend classes. I attended one class once, and then I was like, this isn't worth my time, because they're just kind of giving an extended tutorial for playing Pokemon, and if I don't know how to play Pokemon after this many years, I shouldn't be streaming this. But, like, sure, be delinquent and don't attend school. I don't really care if that's their strategy. But don't form a militarized organization that attacks people entering your camp. Oh, we got a speech from Cyrus. Okay. Well, enjoy your exposition, Cyrus. I'm not actually gonna read it, because that's not why I'm here. I'm just here because I won't get access to the 8th gym until I beat you. Okay, so there was another path that apparently wasn't the way forward that I want to check. Yeah. And I mean, Penny being Cassiopeia was obviously the most easy to spot. Like, I don't think anyone didn't expect that. Oh, what's going... Why am I opening Discord? What's coming up next? Yeah, I genuinely don't think there's anyone who didn't expect Penny to be Cassiopeia, but she was still a fun opponent, even if she's definitely the easiest of the endgame bosses, at least in my opinion. Just because the Eevee line is a bit on the frail side for the most part. And as much as I love Umbreon, hers is setup bait. Like, Umbreon definitely shouldn't be the lead. Oh, Murkrow, Stunky, blah blah blah. This might take us to the 4th floor. Which might just be the fight with... Yeah, I mean... Honestly, I still don't know how that one worked. My mind's still spinning a bit over Clavel turning out to be Clive. Like, how does that happen? Okay, we got a few more trainers. What do these people have? So, it looks like she probably has a Krogunk, Stunky, and Glameow. Yeah, we'll use Hercules. Yeah, see, that's the big issue, honestly, is Umbreon should never be a lead. It's not built to be a lead. Should keep your Umbreon somewhere in the back, carrying Foul Play and Confuse Ray. To mess up setup strats partway through the match. Hers was just so easy to use. Yeah, Eerie Impulse with Bellibolt. That was the same strategy that I used in my first run. It has no way to do significant damage. They gave Jolteon Calm Mind in that game? That's a heck of a choice. I mean, I know that they're giving out setup moves more freely, but still. I don't know that I would normally be prone to using Jolteon for setup, but I mean, its speed makes it decent if you can actually get the Calm Mind boosts up to get its bulk. Or to one-shot everything. Oh, what's this guy got? Looks like just a Stunky. Assuming that's how they're ordered. Otherwise it's a Stunky and a Krogunk. Either way, Hercules should be able to handle this pretty easily. See, Clavel was actually a really hard battle for me. I don't know exactly why. I think part of it was just that I didn't have great answers into fighting and water types, and his final Pokemon. Yeah, his ace was a fighting water type. That wasn't the ideal situation for my team. Lost my Flamigo to him, which was sad because of how long I waited to actually get it. Here we are. And there is Galactic Boss Cyrus. Okay, time to plan the Cyrus fight. Yes, I have waited until now to plan the Cyrus fight. Okay, Cyrus, you have Sneasel, Crobat, and Honchkrow. The big danger is Crobat, but we've got Lucario, which can probably actually take it pretty well. I might just lead Lucario. Honchkrow could be a bit problematic, but I think Lucario should be able to take that as well. It's actually a tad tricky. Yeah, Nimona was definitely a hard fight, too. Yeah, Arven was rough, but that was just because I went in massively underleveled. I really didn't expect him to have a level 64 Pokemon sitting in the back. Okay, let's see here. I've got a few options. I think just going in with an offensive Lucario setup might actually be my best shot. Because Lucario is definitely going to outpace Honchkrow. And it can definitely take a hit from Crobat. Yeah, her setting up Stealth Rocks actually really threw me for a loop, again, because of my team composition. Okay, let's see. So yeah, we're definitely going to lead Lucario here. And where is my TM for Psychic? Because I have a feeling that's going to be a really useful move for the next chunk of the run. Psychic. And luckily it's one that we can farm from the game corner, so I don't need to worry too much about when I use or delete it. Okay, we'll drop Dark Pulse for Psychic. Oh. And let's go ahead and give you a Lumberry. But yeah, overall, the final few in general, actually, the boss fights in that game were impressively challenging. Like, the challenge level in the game is relatively high. At least as far as the boss fights go. But, of course, at the same time, you've got a lot of resources that you can jump between to deal with it. Honchkrow is level 46. That's the only big thing that I'm worried about here. Let's get Koba berries on a few of the Pokemon in the back. Oh wait, I almost missed it. Sun Tzu, you can also have a Koba berry. And Alexander, I'm just going to go ahead and give you a Focus Sash. Okay, I think that should be good for dealing with this Cyrus fight. Yeah. I was sad that I didn't manage to get an Earthworm my run. Because unfortunately I had encounters before I unlocked it. Because I'm pretty sure you actually have to beat the Titans in order to make Earthworm start spawning in the overworld. At least I never saw them before I beat the Titan, and I saw loads of them after. Okay, I think that should be good enough for dealing with this Cyrus fight. Okay, Vacuum Wave for the early one-shot. Oh, you went straight into Honchkrow. That's actually kind of surprising. But if I clear this, then I'm pretty much safe. Yeah. Funnily, my first mono-type run that I actually beat is... I think the first mono-type run I beat was also electric. Hang in there. Oh my gosh, that wasn't even a crit? That is insane. Yeah, it's not an easy game. And terastallizing... I'm kind of sad that we're probably only going to see terastallization for this generation, because unlike most of the recent stuff, I genuinely feel like... okay, we can take this, we can take this. Okay, that was closer than I wanted it to be. I really didn't expect Honchkrow to deal that much damage. Okay, we didn't one-shot, but we've got enough Pokemon in the back that something will be able to survive. Let's go to Genghis, see how much damage he takes from the Air Cutter on the Switch. Okay, that's actually pretty good. Honestly, I think that terastallizing can actually be properly balanced even in competitive. Gosh, how many times is this thing gonna survive on one? It's an interesting new mechanic to the game, and it's not nearly as over-centralizing as Dynamax was, because Dynamax focused way too much of the battle on... Oh geez, we risked way more crits than I would have liked there. Dynamax focuses too much of the battle on what happens in the space of about 2 turns. Terastallizing is a much less impactful boost, which means it can be involved in the battle for longer and changes the course of the battle in an interesting way. Especially since so much of the utility of terastallizing is a pretty even mix between offense and defense. I see what you mean there, though at the same time, VGC has always been a bit chaotic because it's all doubles, which is just a more chaotic format. Need to double check what's coming up in the Commander Saturn fight. Okay, looks like we got a Golbat, a Bronzong, or a Bronzor, and Toxicroak. I think if we give Arthur the right item... I think if we give Arthur a Personberry or a Lumberry... Yeah, see, that's the thing. I was really hoping that they would have a generational change, some new mechanic, as opposed to a generational gimmick. Because we've had generational gimmicks before, and most of them haven't been great. Here we got a generational gimmick that's actually really good, but we don't get to make use of it. Okay, Psycho Cut. Fire Punch. That got... the confusion got cured, and Psycho Cut. No, we don't need to learn False Swipe. Alrighty, well, that's the Veilstone Galactic building taken care of. See, there's a part of me that really wishes they would find a way to incorporate terrestrialization into other generations, but I don't think they can. I genuinely don't think that there's an effective way because they've anchored it so firmly to Paldea. Okay. Gotta head to Celestic Town. We're gonna need to plan a little bit ahead here because obviously we're gonna want to go straight up Mount Coronet. I don't really feel like going all the way up there and then coming back to try and figure out move sets for the team. So I actually won't even head in here. What time is it? Been going since about 3. Yeah, we can keep going. Okay. Luckily, I've already got a decent plan for the final Cyrus fight. Because while he would be utterly terrifying in Pokemon Diamond and Pearl, in Pokemon Platinum, he leads with Houndoom, which is just literal setup bait for Alexander the Infernape. And once Alexander is set up, we are pretty much free to sweep the rest of the team. This is the entire reason that Alexander has the moveset he does. Because he should be able to outspeed everything in Cyrus's team except maybe his Crobat, and we can work around that with an item. And with max speed EVs, I think he might even be able to outspeed Crobat. So that's not the bit that I'm worried about. The bit that I'm worried about is the double battle against Jupiter and Mars. That one actually terrifies me. Because there's just so much that we can't keep track of since our teammate is unreliable. If we could go in just us against the two of them, I genuinely think we could finish that battle super easy. Barely an inconvenience. That said, the theory crafting from before still applies. I want to check one thing, actually, real quick. Sunny Shore City Volkner is a level 50 cap for his gym. Okay, so that's the amount of wiggle room we have. Cyrus's Pokemon are at level... Cyrus's best Pokemon is at level 48. I think this is going to take a bit of a remix. I think our best bet into this is Arthur, but it would require an almost totally remixed moveset. Because we still need Psycho Cutter to take care of the Golbats, but we'll want to teach him... Whoever we have go into this will need to know Brick Break, because otherwise they're going to be more or less drowning through... They're going to be slogging through such an annoying setup for Bronzor, since they'll be spamming Reflect and Light Screen. Can I do this with Substitute, Swords Dance, Brick Break, and Psycho Cutter? Or Psycho Cut? I think that would actually do it. I mean, we can have options in the back to help out. Lucario should definitely be carrying some stuff for dealing with the Golbats in case we find ourselves needing to. And we'll probably want someone prepped to try and deal with that Skuntank. I'm thinking Genghis because Hercules can't really safely switch into Flamethrower. Yeah, I think if we put Earthquake on Genghis and Brick Break and Swords Dance onto Arthur. Do I want to spend Earthquake right now, though? Or do I want to go for like a Natural Gift ground type? I'm less fond of Natural Gift because it restricts what items I can carry myself. Natural Gift. I don't suppose we have... No, we don't have an Apricot Berry, so we would be stuck at 70 base power. Of course, we could also go with... we could also stick with Dig. It would just take longer. Which by the time Stunky's out might not be as much of an issue. Or Skuntank, not Stunky. This is tricky. I think we'll roll with that strategy for the moment. So, Substitute, Swords Dance, and Leftovers on... Substitute, Swords Dance, Brick Break, and Leftovers on Arthur. Oh, jeez, I had it paused. I forgot. Okay, so we're definitely taking Genghis along. Oh, wait. Do I need to go back to the move relearner for any of this, or the move tutor? I don't think so. Alexander already has the preferred moveset. I don't think we need to switch up what Hercules is carrying. I think we're good to go. I don't actually think we need to visit the move tutor or the move relearner. Oh, I hate taking my 5 best Pokemon into this. I'd rather we found somewhere to put Sun Tzu on the team. Oh well. And let's pull out the repels so that we don't have to... So that we don't have to deal with wild Pokemon. Oh, that is the wrong way. We want to go higher in Mount Coronet, don't we? Wait. I went in through the wrong entrance, I think. Hold up. Yep, I went in through the wrong entrance. Okay, well, on that note... Yeah, see, I've only played these games a couple of times. I've never played Platinum before. This is actually my first time playing Platinum. Oh geez, I don't want to go down the cycling road. I've never battled anyone there. Okay. Okay. We go back to Warburg. Put our team back in order. You know what? Actually, Veilstone will be slightly closer. Or Hearthome, not Veilstone. I don't know names of places and such. But yeah, my goal at the moment, I'm hoping to clear Cyrus and the rest of the story stuff during this stream. That'll give me some time tomorrow to work out what's actually what we want to do to prep for the final gym and the Elite Four. And I know I already cleared these guys. Oh. Ah, jeez. If I could actually manage to go where I'm trying to. Yeah, I don't need any of these items. I'm just going to make a beeline for the top. And we got a black flute. 'Cause why not? Okay. Hey, that was actually kind of a tricky one to get past. Oh my, the snow. Is this the way forward? I think this is the way forward. Except we're on the wrong side. Luckily, at least this bit is identical, at least in the path, to the same route in Pokemon Diamond and Pearl. I've always kind of loved the fact that they made sure to put all of the galactic grunts inside the mountain, because you just know that none of them would actually be willing to stand around outside of it. Okay, Hercules, are you a good matchup for this? I don't know exactly what floor we're on at the moment. Mount Coronet. Okay, top was where we just left. So top cave. Or no, that's not what we want. I recognize that area, and it's not the area that we need to be in. Come on, I'm looking for some place that has grunts still. Ah, 7th floor. This might be it. So I'm seeing a Beautifly and a Bronzor. If this is the person with the Beautifly, that's a piece of cake for Hercules. And it looks like this might be the person with the Beautifly. Oh, that's a Houndour. Well, luckily Hercules can also deal with the Houndour. Okay, so based on that, I should at least be able to find the correct trainer. Ah, there you are. Okay, so this is where I am, wherever the heck this is. Where is this? The 5th floor. Okay, so we're not as high up as I thought we were. On the 5th floor, this person has a Glameow and a Golbat. For that, let's go ahead and lead Leonidas. Sixth floor. Who's this first trainer? She has a Bronzor and a Glameow. It should be easy enough for Hercules to deal with, since the Bronzor's only psychic move is Future Sight. You are not who you're supposed to be. That's rude. Oh, no wonder. I looked at the Diamond and Pearl data again. Why do I keep doing this? Anyway, we'll switch to Hercules to spread some of the XP around. Okay, and now it's these two. Now we're on to Spear Pillar. Okay, do I have to take these both on, or can I do it one at a time? I'll lead with those two. They should have no problem dealing with what these guys have. Okay. All of our Pokemon are at full health and reasonably high PP. Most of them haven't done much on this climb because we've been so careful. Okay, I think it's time to make use of the plan for this. Okay. Whew. So, first things first, we're going to fix Arthur's moveset, Which means we need a few moves. We need Sword Stance, Substitute, and Brick Break. This is our only Brick Break TM. So it kind of sucks that we have to use it right now, but we'll do so because it seems like the best strategy here. In my opinion. I could be completely wrong. Luckily, I didn't have another specific plan for that Sword Stance. We do have other options like Drain Punch if we need to teach someone fighting type coverage that they don't have. Silverwind, blah 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 blah. Sword Stance, there we are. I hate to replace Lucky Chant, but we haven't had an opportunity where we really needed to use it. Farewell, Lucky Chant. You probably could have been useful in a couple of situations that I didn't think of. Okay. I'm probably going to crank the level of my team up to 46 across the board. I realize that's playing kind of close with the level cap, but I think based on how the level curves work in this game that we should be able to hold out. There aren't too many required battles between now and the... Apart from these boss battles, there aren't many required battles between now and Volkner. Do I want to do that, though? You know what? No, I'm not going to do that. I will buff Alexander up to level 45, but that's it. Okay, let's double check. You need what item? I think I wanted leftovers on you, actually, to help mitigate the damage from Substitute. Genghis, I'm going to give you a citrus berry. Oh, those are TMs. Why am I looking through those? And Hercules, in the rare scenario where we have to have you take a fire type move, I'm going to give you a fire resist berry. An Aka berry. Alexander, you know what? Focus Sash is actually probably the correct choice on you. Okay, I think we're ready to dive into this. I'll double check, make sure I've got the right moveset on Arthur, but ideally it'll most be him. It'll mostly be him through this battle. Him and whatever my ally decides to give me. Luckily, it's mostly special attackers in this upcoming battle, which means... what was I about to do? Oh yeah, rare candy for Alexander. Luckily, most of what they have are special attackers in this battle, so I think we'll be able to get through this pretty safely. Okay, first things first, set up a substitute. Every move in this fight counts. We need to make sure that we don't get confused. Okay, they're setting up screens. Next is sword stance. Hopefully they'll try, because I know the AI gets confused by substitutes. Ideally they would try and use like some some confuse ray into my sub. Does the substitute hang in there? Yes, okay, that's very good. I think we're good to go now. You know what? We'll play it safe. Set up one more sword stance to be sure we can one-shot everything in the back. As long as one gyro ball can't break my substitute, I'm not super worried. Okay, and they didn't even go for another gyro ball into me. And now to break their screens. And finish off a Bronzor. And they seem to be only targeting Munchlax when they're using extrasensory, which makes me think that I'm right, and Gyro Ball is their most damaging move against Arthur. Yeah, this is the kind of time where we definitely don't want to speed up. Okay, we're gonna clear off one side of them first. We're not going to touch the other Bronzor unless it becomes a massive problem, and I'm hoping that it doesn't. Okay, and we've got a substitute up for taking the, we've got a substitute up to help us take the fake out that's going to come from Perugly. Of course, Perugly might fake out the Munchlax, you never know, but we're playing it safe. Shadow Claw, I didn't expect that one. I forgot that was in its moveset. But either way, same thing as Fake Out. We've got a substitute up for taking one hit from that thing. We broke their screens again. Okay, they've got extrasensory up, but they're probably going to use Reflect again, because we just broke their screens. So we'll get another substitute. This is going very smoothly, which is insane considering how chaotic this battle can turn. Brick Break. So yeah, we've got a +4 Gallade behind a fully intact substitute, so I'm not that worried about the rest of this. only thing that they've got that will even threaten a little is the Skuntank. Oh. I've been so worried about this fight the entire game because I didn't really have a plan for it. Because I didn't know who we would still have alive at this point in the game. I don't think there's a Cyrus battle until I get into the I'll slow this down. Let's watch the cutscene. But yeah, I don't think there's a Cyrus battle until we get into the Distortion World. Hi, Giratina. How's it going, Poke Satan? Oh yeah, it just straight up ate him. Oh, that's an interesting effect. I don't think it's supposed to look like that, but... Okay, so the lake spirits all decided to take a dive into the Distortion World. Oh. That Mesprit? I think that one was Mesprit. Alright, let's head into the Distortion World. Okay, I'm gonna save real quick. And reorder our team. So there's only one fight in here that we can't run away from, and that's Cyrus. Alexander, here are some leftovers. Oh, I thought I was going at plus speed before. Okay, we'll want to change the item on Hercules. Probably not on Genghis. Maybe on Arthur. And probably on Leonidas. I'll figure out the items once we're actually closer to Cyrus himself. It's kind of a cool location. I've never actually been in the Distortion world before. I understand that some people have said it gets tiring once you've done it a few times, but it is a cool design for an area. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Okay. I'm not actually sure when it's going to drop us into the Cyrus fight, so I'm actually going to take a minute to properly prep now. And actually, the first thing we need to do is we're going to save twice. And then we're going to do some fiddling around in PK Hex, because I don't really feel like taking the time to go and redo Alexander's EVs. But we definitely want a different EV spread than we currently have. So if we look at our party, I know y'all can't see this, but right now Alexander has 210 speed EVs, 100 HP, and 200 special attack. I'm actually going to go ahead and steal basically all of those special attack EVs and put them... Do I want to do that? Hang on, how much difference does that make? That makes a pretty substantial difference, yeah. We're shifting all of the special attack EVs on Infernape over to HP, just to be able to take the hits from Houndoom a bit better as we're setting up, because we need to get properly set up against Houndoom, or this all goes bad really quick. Luckily, that was the only thing that we needed to fiddle around with. So now all we'll need to do is import the save and reload the game. So yeah, now Alexander has 156 HP EVs, and we are... How close are you to leveling up? You're all the way away. I might go ahead and use a rare candy real quick. Yeah. Just the one. I want to leave some level space on the others. Okay, now let's think about the other people's items, because Alexander has leftovers to help with the setup process. Hercules has Aka Berry, which I don't think is that ideal here. so Giratina is level 47, which means it will know Shadow Force, Dragon Claw, Ancient Power, and Ominous Wind. I'm pretty certain that it'll be relatively easy to run from it. So it's not that fast. And I think we'll have time to heal between battles, but I could be wrong. But yeah, okay, what does Cyrus have in the back? You know, I am seeing one problematic thing that I think I need to run some calcs for. Cyrus. Okay. Damage calculator. Infernape. Gyarados. That Gyarados could cause some issues. And we don't have an option for electric type coverage on Infernape. We could, however, hypothetically use our TM for Grass Knot on Infernape. Infernape is definitely the only one that will want to use Grass Knot on. Grass Knot with. It's just a matter of whether we want to lock ourselves into having yet another move that we can't replace if we have to swap it out. Okay, so actually, let's take this from a different angle. Yeah, the only Pokemon that can't be properly dealt with using Flamethrower are Cyrus's Houndoom, which has Oh, it has Early Bird instead of Flash Fire? Okay, never mind. Even Houndoom can be dealt with Flamethrower since Infernape walls its moveset. Because, yeah, it has Flamethrower, Dark Pulse, Will-O-Wisp, and Thunderfang. Yeah, the big risks here are the small chance of paralysis with Thunderfang. And, you know what, we might actually want to swap out Infernape's leftovers with a Cherry Berry just to be sure. Because that could actually completely ruin this. But yeah, let's look at the Gyarados. Level 46, 30 IVs. And a Careful Nature. 46. 30, 30, 30, 30. 30, not 3. I don't know why my 0 key is being so sticky. And it said, Careful Nature. Plus special defense minus special attack. That's annoying. Versus a level 46 Infernape. And let's get our IVs right. 11 HP, 20 attack, 5 defense, 23 special attack, 25 special defense, 1 speed. That 1 speed is really going to screw us up this time around, because that might make... that could easily make the Crobat in here problematic as well. Okay. So, now... 252 speed EVs, 252 HP, 4 special attack. And what's your nature again? It's bashful. This is one last challenge and then we're done with the stream for today, but I really want to do this right, which unfortunately means slowing down and making sure that we're careful about this. Okay, and luckily I'm confident that we can get to +6 special attack. So now, Flamethrower. How much do you do to Gyarados? That's a guaranteed 2-hit KO. Grass Knot. It's a high chance of a 1-hit KO. 75% chance to one-shot. That is really annoying. What if Infernape is level 47? A bit better. What if Infernape is level 48? Guaranteed. I think we're gonna make Infernape a level... I think we're going to raise Infernape to level 48. Because I really want to one-shot this Gyarados before it can retaliate with, say, Waterfall. Because its Waterfall is also a chance to one-hit KO us. Oh, jeez. Okay. But we will be one-shotting the Gyarados. What about the Crobat in the back? So that is, again, level 46. And it has a naive nature. Okay, 30 IVs, naive nature, we're almost certainly, yeah, we're getting outsped. There's nothing whatsoever that we can do about that. If we had access to a Salic Berry, I would try and do Salic setup strats, potentially, but that doesn't work here. Now, the nice thing is that we're guaranteed to one-shot it, but does it have a chance to one-shot us with a crit? With its Air Slash attack? Or Cross Poison? Air Slash... Cross Poison. Oh, geez. If it gets a crit with Air Slash, it has about a 60% chance to one-shot us. Unfortunately, I don't see a better way around that. Because this really does seem like the best strategy for clearing this. And it's really unfortunate just how... how low Alexander's speed IV is. Okay, Hercules needs a new item. We'll give you... We'll give you a Focus Sash, because... in worst case scenario, you come in and need to take Worst case scenario is that you wind up somehow in against that Haunch Crow. So we'll want to sash on you. Genghis, you have a citrus berry. I think that's actually reasonable for what you might get used for. Arthur, let's give you a Koba berry. Leonidas, what do you have? You have a Lumberry. Honestly, take your choice specs back. Okay, and there is actually one more option. So, hold up. I want to check one more thing. What if... So, hang on. I need to figure out what stat we need for Grass not to be a one-shot against Gyarados without that. Though, actually, genuinely, I don't think there's any point. Simply because we want the... We want the one shot with, or we want the extra bulk to help us deal with Crobat. Because there is a chance that this extra bulk could save us. Let's see, how far can I decrease the HP EVs without changing the stat? Down to 248. Yeah, it doesn't make a difference. Even changing that doesn't change what we can get our special attack up to. Okay, so we've only got 2 real choices left. What item do we want to give Alexander? And I think the smart answer is actually the Koba Berry. The odds of... the reasoning that I've got for that. The odds of Thunderfang hitting or paralyzing are much lower, even over several turns, than the odds of Crobat's first air slash flinching. And if Crobat air slash flinches into anything, Infernape is pretty much dead. I think we went the wrong way. I think we want to go back 1. And then what if I go this way? Nope. Okay, this is a weird setup. Ah, here we are. Oh, wait. Hold up. Sorry, there's something I forgot to do. Part of my plan that I forgot to take care of in the process of dealing with that annoying puzzle. I don't know if the Cyrus fight was about to start then and there, but we're gonna get Alexander up to level 48 real quick. Now we're gonna save. And we're gonna double check and make sure that the items are right. Okay, Koba Berry, Focus Sash, Citrus, Koba, Choice Specs. Excellent. It's just so long and tedious that I got distracted. Alright, this might be the Cyrus fight. Okay, so we've got a bit of a maze. I wonder if we can encounter any Pokemon here. I kind of doubt it, because I don't think there are any wild Pokemon. I'm sure Cerebi would have listed something like that. But you never know. Hi, Mesprit. Oh, there you are. Okay. I'll just push you into there? No. Oh. Oh my gosh, why couldn't they have made this one continuous room? Okay, I'm thinking what they're saying is that I have to push it into this one first. Yeah, I can see why this would get tedious after the first time or so. There you are. Oh my gosh, why did they have to set this up the way that they did? Okay, I think that was Giratina that just flew across the screen. No, I don't want to keep going up. I want to go down. Gosh, I had to do a whole massive loop to get back to where I started, so that I could actually do something with that boulder that I pushed down there. Now I'm going to have to do most of that loop all over again, I bet. Where's the boulder gonna be this time around? Okay, apparently I was wrong. Doesn't seem like I've had to do this all over again. It just wanted me to. Okay. Like, there's got to be some way to get off to the right there, because obviously that's where the rest of the holes are. There's definitely no other way to go through there. I've been playing a lot of Legend of Zelda lately, so I really just want to pull out a hook shot and clear it that way. Why can't I find a way forward? Oh my gosh, why? How many times am I gonna make this loop and not find the correct path? Thing is, I get cut off partway through. Hang on. Okay, we'll drop a save here. Maybe it'll save a small amount of time if we have to go back the way we came. There may be a better spot to drop a save. Yeah, like, this is genuinely the only way that we can go around. Can't get through there. Can't get through there. Come on, I should totally be able to hookshot off of those trees. Okay, we're gonna save right here. And we're actually gonna drop a save state right here. While I try to figure this out. Oh my gosh, there was a second path all just down here. There's another Giratina. Or there's another visit from Giratina. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, and there's the stone. Yes, I get it, as elf. Okay, we can't go through there, so all I have to do is just go down. Okay, we got through. Cyrus, I'm going to fight you. I don't know why I'm the one who's going to fight you, since, well, honestly, but hang on. We're just gonna, real quick, reload. I get that this is dumb, but like... I'm not going to let the whole run get thrown just because I forgot to teach him a move. If that makes this invalid, then so be it, but I put way too long planning into this to then just forget to go in here to my inventory. Like, if it was something I wasn't prepared for, that would be one thing, but no. We're not throwing the whole run on the basis of Umbreon forgot to teach Alexander Grassnot. The battle hadn't started, nothing irreversible was done. Now we are ready to fight him. Okay, it's going for Flamethrower. I'm guessing that's the most damaging move that it has. Slack off. Nasty Plot. Slack off. And the thing is, here, I think the smart move is actually to stall him out of Flamethrower PP. If we can. Actually, I think that is not the smart move now that I've thought about it for more than a second. Because he also has Dark Pulse. Okay, but we did manage to waste one of Cyrus's full restores. And now Gyarados, and we should be a guaranteed one-shot. And now Crobat, who will outspeed us and has a chance to flinch and or crit, both of which could end the run, and for some reason it goes for Toxic. Okay, well that went a lot easier than I expected. Alright. There we go. So did you just heal up my Pokemon? Thank you. So yeah, we won't be able to use Alexander until after the 8th gym now, but I'd say it was definitely worth it to make sure that we could actually beat Cyrus. Anyway. Actually, you know what? We'll lead with Hercules. Doesn't really matter, we just need someone fast to be able to flee. Long cutscene. Hi, Giratina. Gira seems to have understood us. Cyrus. Oh, this is the portal out. Send off spring. It's said to somehow lead to the great beyond. Hang on, where are my repels? Yeah, unfortunately, we don't have any valid encounters in this area. As I've mentioned before in this run, we are fresh out of encounters. I'm guessing that Professor Rowan will be at Lake Valor. I think Cynthia might have said something, but I was spamming through her dialogue too fast to notice. Nope, apparently not. Folks, I don't feel like figuring out where we're supposed to report to Professor Rowan. I guess we could just check the map, but I think we're gonna call it there for the day. It's been a long stream. We've made some good progress. About all that's left now is the 8th gym and the Elite Four. Hopefully we'll be able to finish up on Monday or Tuesday. Yeah, In the meantime, I appreciate everyone who showed up, and I appreciate y'all for watching and hanging out. I'll check and see if there's anyone to raid. Oh, hey, Vinny's streaming right now. Let's drop a raid on Vinny. Also, I'm going to drop a save state. Okay. So yeah. Again, thanks everyone who joined, and hope to see y'all next time. Oh. I gotta make sure I spell things right. Yeah, I appreciate y'all. Hope to see y'all next time. Later, folks.